right. Just a quick mic check. Ernie, can you hear us okay?
Sarah.
Yes, sound good.
Thank you so much, Ernie. So we are recording and ready to begin.
Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. For the guests in the room, please use the sign-in sheet if you'd like to make a public comment during our public comment section. And Alexis, would you please call the roll call?
Bill Gropp.
Here.
Jim Knight.
Present.
Sarah Lucas.
Present.
Steve Nagy.
Here.
Brian Prang.
Present.
Jeff Pritchard. Jeff Pritchard is unable to attend today. Is he excused?
Oh, yes, he is fighting fires.
Yes. And then Catherine Stevens.
Excuse me.
Present. I'm afraid your TVs are going to turn off.
No, and they just did. It'll be okay.
Okay. So, good to go?
Yeah, it's just.
Oh.
There we go.
Perfect. Okay. Very good.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so we added public comment just because we do have a couple of other action items that were added to the agenda as well. So we're going to try to stay on track today. So we're going to limit any speaking to 2 minutes per speaker. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
We do not have anybody in the room currently signed up. Anybody online who would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand function or type in the chat. And we'll give you just a moment here to raise your hand. Okay. Seeing none, that would conclude our public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, our main order of business today is to talk about the Connect Oregon Aviation Project proposals. So I just want to welcome John Boren, who is the Connect Oregon Program Manager for ODOT. And this is for the Connect Oregon 2026 Modal Committee with instructions, process, and scoring prioritization. John, tell us what we're doing.
All right. Thanks for having me again, John Board. Technically my title is a freight program manager. So I help with the selection process, the administrative rulemaking for Connect Oregon, getting applicants from the start line to then selection by the Oregon Transportation Commission. That's the body that ultimately selects projects. Then we turn it over to our grant administration team that deals with any work amendments needed to accommodate changes as the time goes on. So this is a very involved grant selection process. The Oregon Transportation Commission relies upon a number of committees and bodies, including this one, the State Aviation Board, to provide recommendations of projects. So we took in projects earlier this year, reviewed to make sure they were eligible. Then it went to subject matter expert staff scoring. So the aviation projects went to aviation staff, marine, et cetera. Those projects were given kind of a statutory consideration score. We have 7 statutory considerations that the OTC is to use with when selecting projects. They're pretty broad, but really that intersection of transportation and economics, how the project moves people, moves good, helps with the economy, et cetera. So at this point, you have a list of aviation projects that have already received an initial score, but it is ultimately up to the board to provide a ranking 1 through 15 or whatever the final number is, and with no ties. And this represents sort of the prioritization that if we had to fund the projects, this is the order we would go down the list, kind of the most important and so on. This will get melded together because this is multiple modes, multiple parts of the state. This will go along with recommendations from our marine modal committee, our state rail committee, And then the different ODOT has divided the state into different regions with area commissions on transportation. Some of the folks here are the applicant side have probably spoken or at least corresponded with those area commissions on transportation. It all gets kind of melded together for what's called our final review committee. And that's really where the proverbial sausage is made as far as, okay, this is how much we have, and this gets us down to about this project. Do we have the right mix of projects just above or below what's called the cut line, meaning if you're after that, unfortunately, you don't get funded. This is a unique cycle in that we had planned to go out for a lot more, but due to ODOT budget rebalancing, there's only 30 million, which the previous couple rounds have been more than 45 to 47. So full recognition that with increasing costs and both the labor and construction materials, that there's going to be a lot of good projects that unfortunately don't make it this cycle. So encourage any applicants that don't make it through to try again the next cycle, tweak their application, and hope for a better outcome then. The one bit of housekeeping before you else have the legal counsel there for the ethics disclosures of the actual or potential. So that's an important piece to take care of before. It's a small community and there's a lot of relationships and such. That if there are any board members that either have actual or potential conflicts of interest, to be sure to declare those and which applications that those are. And with that, I'm really here just as a resource. If there are any kind of broader process questions, otherwise, the focus will be the projects before you here, and look to the state aviation staff to kind of lead this part of it.
All right. Thank you, John, for that overview. Appreciate that. And so I know we're going to have a series of presentations today. We always like to provide that opportunity to our various stakeholders to give us a little more detail about their projects. Andrea, is this when you would like us to talk about our potential conflicts?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that now.
Okay, well, I will start just as State Aviation Board Chair, but I'm also the Director of Eugene Airport. And we do have a project that is under consideration. I don't personally gain from this project, but I'm just stating that to be transparent.
And I declared a conflict of interest for the Hood River proposal. Currently operate the FBO, which would benefit from the project. So I recuse myself from discussion and ranking on that project.
Okay, anyone, is Sarah on? I want to.
Sarah is on.
Yes, and I have no conflict with any of the proposed projects.
Right. All right, else? Good. Okay. Andrew, you want to lead us through presentations?
So our first presentation today is going to be from Amber Judd for Jackson County Medford Airport. And Amber is online. So Amber, are you able to access your microphone?
Yep, sure am.
Awesome. Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you like us to run your presentation for you, or are you?
Yeah, if you have it up, I'll go ahead and let you.
Yeah, perfect. We will do that. Alexis is popping that up, and then yes, as soon as you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Obviously, this is just the introduction. I represent the MFR, the Medford Airport down here, and we go to that next slide. We'll just jump right in. Thanks for having me this morning. I really wish I was there in person with you. My schedule just did not allow that today. But I decided to focus on the project need. First of all, MFR serves a large portion of southwestern Oregon and Northern California. We did set a passenger record last year at 1.1 million, just over 1.1 million. We are up 5% over that already year to date this year. And this existing terminal has far exceeded its capacity. This growth has really put tremendous pressure on our systems, and we are in desperate need of more space. So this project, phase one, addresses a lot of those constraints by adding more concourse space and updated baggage handling system, more baggage claim area, and some other desperately needed spaces. Total phase one cost is estimated at $120 million. We have been saving for this for 12 years, so we have a lot of airport money in this phase one project. About 96% of our match, 80% of that comes from airport reserves and a little bit of additional debt we are going to have to take on to get this done. So we desperately need to fill the remaining gap, and we're hoping that Connect Oregon can help with that. In recognition of the reduced funding this year, I didn't ask for as much as I need. This will help me, but it will in no way completely close that gap. So I will continue to look for other sources for that. Next slide, please. This project brings great economic and other benefits to the state. It definitely will help in reduce transportation costs for our Southern Oregon residents and businesses, improves access to labor, skilled labor in particular, which uses our airport a lot, especially in the hospital realm, among others. Lots of job creation, both during and after construction, and supports our local business and tourism sector. There's a lot of information on that slide. I only have 3 minutes, so let you look at that later at your leisure. Definitely improves the operational safety for our airport, airline partners, and tenants. We're excited about that, and it supports the future growth of our region. It does give us a lot of good passenger accessibility and updated people that will help with our ADA needs as well. Next slide. As far as being project ready, we are conceptually complete and we're about halfway through schematic design. We have our general contractor on board and participating. We hope to work, we're doing some enabling work right now, and we hope to continue that through the fall and jump right into phase 1 construction early next year, probably by the middle of next year, to be honest. But we're going to do a lot of that enabling and early work packages beginning this year. So I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have, and thanks for the time.
Any questions? Okay, thank you so much, Amber.
Thanks, guys.
All right, next on our agenda is Baker City, and I believe we have Danielle Shu.
Looks like we have Danielle and Mark.
And Mark. So Danielle, the Public Works Director for Baker City, and then Mark Hagedorn, their consultant.
Give me one quick moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll present and Mark will work with me in support of. Appreciate your time today. If you guys could, yeah.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Oh, you don't, did I pull it up?
It's up. It's up. Yeah.
I think she's running.
Oh, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Who's running? Are
Go
we
for
good?
Yeah, you're great. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So Baker City Airport is a remarkably capable general aviation airport with currently 3 runways, providing operational flexibility for a wide range of aircraft and weather conditions. Despite operating on a lean budget, the airport delivers essential aviation services that support business, emergency response, agriculture, tourism, and recreation. The airport is a high-value community asset that connects Eastern Oregon, fosters economic opportunity, and demonstrates how efficient management can maximize limited resources. And I'll add, along with the emergency response section of that, we are certainly turning into a hub for fire fighting support. We have it's just growing during the fire season. Next slide. Thank you. So here we have runway 1735 is there in green off to the left there. It serves the community as a crosswind runway. It's received legacy crosswind runway designation, making it eligible for FAA funds. The runway was constructed in 1942 and rehabilitated in 1991. Due to its age, the runway has a PCI value in the poor range. As you see there in green, the project will reconstruct, rehabilitate, and reseal the runway based on available funding and design. This Connect Oregon grant is a unique opportunity to keep the runway in useful shape for hopefully another 80 years. And I'll also draw attention, sorry, if you're just real quick back to the other runway that you might see there with multiple colors. That runway is it's on its way out, and as you can see, in serious condition. So even though, we state currently we have 3 runways, soon to be 2, and if we can't rehabilitate our crosswind runway, that would be somewhat devastating. Next slide. So for the total project cost, it's anticipated to be 2.42 million, with 1.76 million from Connect Oregon, 600,000 from the FAA, and some supporting grants for the core program of about $60,000. Next slide. Any questions?
I have a question for you. Have you done any analysis on how often each runway is used? Is there a percentage on one or the other that's in use?
Well, we certainly, the main 1331 gets the majority of use. 1735, our crosswind, is certainly a lower percentage of usage, although, as we know, the wind conditions sometimes they would refer to that runway so they were able to land safely. So it's a low amount, but it is certainly used. I don't have the exact. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate your
Thank you.
presentation.
Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we've got Zach Bass from Redmond.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Zach Bass, I'm an airport director. So I'm going to start with just kind of telling the story of the region. Next slide. This is the main push to where we are today and where we hope to be in the future. On the top left, you can see population over the last 10 years in both Deschutes and Crook County, which are 2 of our 3 counties that make up our catchment area. Massive amounts of growth outpacing Oregon and the US as a whole, one of the top growing regions in the country in the last 10 years. This means if you kind of look at the statistics of thousands of homes in the last 2 years, we have 3,000 homes in the region that are currently being built, 600 different doors for new hotels and resorts that are being added as we speak. So massive population growth. You can also see this in tourism, 4.2 million overnight visitors right down below on that graph. That's a TRT indicator of that growth. Big jump during COVID, but it's leveled out. And we're continuing to see tourism growth. Again, 4.2 million overnight visitors. The same as Bozeman and Big Sky, to kind of give you an idea of something to compare it to. When we start looking at what that means at the airport, you can see here in the last 11 years, 250% growth in seats in the market. This year we'll hit 1.4 million or so passengers through the airport. So this all has started what we're already in the middle of, which is the next slide, which we call phase 1. Here is actually a picture taken 2 weeks ago. We just did our topping off ceremony this week for the last infrastructure pieces in the first phase of this concourse expansion. $180 million, 80,000 square feet, 7 jet bridges, which we don't currently have, new concessions, et cetera, et cetera. Out of that $180 million, $125 million was airport funds, broken down again between bonds and about $40 million in airport cash. There is no help from the city or the region on this project, fully covered with the $7 million a year annual debt service that the airport will be covering. Connect Oregon was nice enough to give us $10 million in the last round. We do appreciate that. But now is the time to kind of finish this off with round number 2. Again, on the right-hand side, we also addressed a lot of accessibility concerns. If you've been up to the region in the winter, it's hard to get off those jet planes or those ground-boarded positions and walk in. Have a lot of problems there with our ADA passengers. Next slide. So when we talk phase 2, it's a $6 million ask. I know this is large, especially on the heels of a $10 million ask that we were awarded and are being given, but it's the timing more on this. So that $180 million project, what we did is we fully designed the baggage claim expansion. It is an adult. It has been permitted through the city. It is ready to go. We just don't have this last a little bit amount of money, the 6 million, to make that happen. So if we do get this money at this time, this will be slotted in and started awarded by council in the next month or two. This will mean that we don't have to wait. It'll also mean that it'll slide underneath our Skanska contract, who is building current phase one. The baggage claim project itself is 7,000 square feet of new space, 14,000 remodeled. Again, a $22 million project in all, good leverage, and a lot of economic impact studies done on this project as a whole. 207 long-term jobs, 39 million in annual. That does not include construction. Again, focusing on accessibility and LEED silver. So this also is the largest project and has the most effect on population that is east of the Cascades for a large part of Oregon. Almost 300,000 people in our catchment area that take advantage of this with a retention rate of 86%. So mountains in the winter, we all know. I drove over here today. It was pretty, but it's a long ride. Also, that little girl is not lost. Her mom is there. So I did not notice that until after I put this picture in. This is an example of our two baggage claim system right now. This is one aircraft coming in. And in the middle of our runs, usually our busy times in the middays and at night, we're talking 8 to 9 aircraft at a time. So you can imagine that this little girl would probably be a lot more lost during those times. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Zach, any questions?
Yeah, what is your remaining bonding capacity?
We would not bond for this.
You would not?
We put a $90 million bond. We have right now, we did a larger contingency.
Mhm.
So we have already $12 million that is slotted to just kind of be moved into this project from contingency, plus the remaining portion will be funded by airport funds that are available.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Next up is City of Eugene Airport, and Stephanie.
Hi, can everyone hear me? It's my first time, so bear with me a little bit. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the Eugene Airport's Concourse A expansion project. This is the first phase in a long-term investment in Oregon's economic future. Eugene Airport serves more than 1.7 million passengers a year, with demand up more than 40% since 2019. Concourse A is now routinely at or over capacity, leaving travelers without adequate seating or space. Next slide, please. The expansion adds 7,000 square feet and increases seating from 296 to 647 seats, creating a more comfortable terminal that keeps travelers flying locally rather than driving to Portland. This reduces I-5 congestion, lowers emissions, and strengthens Oregon's transportation network. A larger concourse helps retain current airlines, attracts new service, which in turn creates additional jobs and avoids capacity restricted job losses. It also improves efficiency, reduces delays, and supports reliable business travel, all of which encourages expansion of airline nonstop routes, increases competition, and lowers fares. Airports are economic engines. Eugene Airport already generates $1.6 billion in annual economic impact and supports more than 10,000 jobs. With full expansion, that impact is projected to reach $3.6 billion and over 23,000 jobs, benefiting industries that depend on year-round travel. Demand is rising due to the University of Oregon joining the Big Ten, in addition to growing medical, business, and institutional travel. To capture that demand, we need an airport with the capacity and efficiency passengers expect. Next slide, please. The Concourse A expansion aligns with Connect Oregon's mission by reducing bottlenecks, preventing market leakage, supporting air service growth, and growing and sustaining jobs across the region. The project also leverages significant local, federal, and TFC funding, ensuring a strong return on investment. In short, this expansion is a strategic investment in Oregon's workforce and long-term economic resilience. Thank you for your consideration. And are there any questions?
Any questions? I think we're good. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah.
River,
We're on Hood River.
Hood River.
Like I can just afterwards.
So, and I know we're running ahead, so
Yeah.
if we need to pause and we need to get our times, then we can. Okay.
Yes. Yes, penalty.
Now we can skip ahead. I try to get back on time.
You get two, you just can't touch that middle button.
So, Steve, I know you just walked in, but
Go.
Just give me one quick
Oh,
moment
yes,
to get
sorry.
the PowerPoint ready.
we'll run the PowerPoint for you and everything. So,
Roger's also here too.
yeah,
I'm gonna stand or,
however you're comfortable is fine.
Great.
all right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for granting me the time to speak with you today. Steve Chrisman, I'm the Economic Development and Airport Director for the city of Pendleton. Ooh,
Hang
Give me
out.
one quick moment to try.
that's right there.
Is this the right
I
one?
don't know anything about McMahon.
No.
That's McMinnville.
For
That's McMinnville.
South OT Trimble,
No.
is it heading?
AI.
Yeah,
Okay, so Alexis, it's.
there it is.
This one,
That's it.
got it. All right, sorry about that.
We on? We ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you again. Hopefully this was a long way to come for 3 minutes. So hopefully that's indicative of how serious we are about what we're doing out there. For those that aren't aware, Pendleton is one of the leading UAS test ranges in the United States, working with 33 leading aerospace and defense contractors. Just last year alone, 18 of those either leased ground or buildings from us year round. So AI and autonomy are here. It's no imaginary notional concept. It's coming whether anybody wants it to come or not. And Oregon's either going to help shape what that future looks like or we're not, or it's going to be shaped for us. And so really the issue is commercial scalability. Our biggest customer is Amazon, doing the package delivery, and you just at this moment can't do it at scale, which is required before you're going to see the factories and the assembly plants and all the things I think many of us would like to see. So the problem, the technology's ready, not all of it. Some of it's immature, but some of it is quite ready to operate. The barriers are regulatory, which is being taken care of federally, and procedural. So how do we do this? How do we do it safely? And so our project is to establish a reliable, repeatable logistics BVLOS blueprint for advanced air mobility. So that's humans and freight, and how they're going to move through the airspace in the future and do it safely. Why Pendleton? Experience, infrastructure. We've invested a lot of money. The state's invested a fair amount of money into the Pendleton UAS range. We're part of a very special program that ODAV kind of brought about, which is Advanced Air Mobility pilot program that the FAA put together. There were only 8 entities chosen across the nation, and we are partnered up with Idaho. Alex would know better. Idaho, which others?
Ready to help you.
I'm sorry, Oklahoma, a couple of others. Right. So what's unique about that is it gives us the ability to actually allow companies to do commercial operations and charge for them, which has been not really okay to date, not approved to date. And then the first leg of this, I mean, obviously Pendleton to Hermiston Boardman, or from the reservation to Hermiston Boardman, is not a massive transport route, but much like the Oregon Trail didn't start at a peak in the Rockies, this needs to be started and proven out in a fairly safe location. So we're the flat plains outside Independence, Missouri, is my Oregon Trail analogy. And so the Oregon Air Trail requires a place like Pendleton. It's one of the reasons it's been so popular to date. Next slide, please. So building the Oregon Air Trail, what's that look like? What do we need to actually build out a network? It's lots of places in the country. There's lots of advertising, lots of marketing that comes out. It's very pretty. It's very flowery, well-written, great copy. Most of it really actually isn't being done. They don't either have the companies or the real know-how to do it. We believe we have both of those pretty well covered. This grant would cover multiple radar systems. They're mobile. We would plan to establish out a single leg, a safe single leg, and then add legs as we join Portland and Boise together. And so this would be multiple radar sensors and then drone port launch and recovery sites. The city's going to contribute proven operators, which we've been at this now since 2014. So we're quite good at what we do. We have 4 full-time UAS employees. We would plan to add 2 more. Mission Command Center, which we already own. Advanced airspace approvals that the FAA has already granted us through the University of Alaska Fairbanks. We can fly quite high and quite far. And then for-profit permissions that come to us via that ODAV EIPP program that we're a part of. And that is somewhat time constrained, so we need to move quick. Go ahead, next slide. So competitive advantage, we already have it. Sometimes I worry that Oregon doesn't always recognize the gifts it has. We're already leaders in this field, but this is the next logical step for freight and humans to be transported. And so we're in the 4th industrial revolution. AI and autonomy are here. Oregon's going to lead, is a leader right now. We have first mover advantage. This program is unique that we're already in. The project impacts are going to be an increase in commerce. Reduces truck traffic on I-84, but eventually the whole of Oregon and the whole of the United States. Supports Oregon's low emission goals, expands Oregon's UAS ecosystem, which is quite large. The gorge is one of our biggest selling points. What's built out there thanks to in situ. And then this is the first step in really connecting safely the large metropolitan hubs. And if Oregon doesn't dictate this innovation and implementation, it's going to be dictated for us. And I can tell you confidently, I know we are leaders and I know we can do this, but your programs, I run the airport, so I'm very sympathetic to rural airport challenges, and they're all worthy, but you'll never have enough money to solve them all. I'm asking you to parse out or pair out a small piece of resources to allow Oregon to lead this technology and shape the future of aviation and freight transport. Thank you. Happy to answer questions, Gabby.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
By the way, those 3 images, those 3 vehicles are either in Pendleton or on their way to Pendleton right now. The middle one is a forklift loading freight onto a autonomous large freight transport vehicle that's in Pendleton right now.
Okay.
Questions?
Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming all the way.
I'm going to ditch you and make the long drive back. Thank you, everyone. I'm happy to answer questions. And if you're ever in Pendleton, please come see us. We love giving tours.
Thanks. Thanks.
Perfect. We do have Port of Hood River.
Okay.
And then we are quite ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are very efficient.
Yes, very.
I'm surprised you don't just build that efficiency into the agenda.
People here.
So we have Tor Beaker here for Port of Hood River, Jeff Bernard, and then Kevin Greenwood.
Hi. Hello, my name is Kevin Greenwood. I'm the Executive Director at the Port of Hood River. And with us today, we have Jeff Bernard, who is our Airport Manager. And we have Commissioner Tor Beaker, who served on our Airport Advisory Committee for 4 years and is a pilot and a mechanic. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Commissioner Beaker.
Thanks. Thank you all for taking time to hear about our project today. We are trying to build a terminal building at our airport. We are trying to build this because we lack an essential interface between the community at large and aviation activity specifically. A big component of that is ground transportation and air transportation. This building has been on our airport master plan for over 50 years. In 2018, Connect helped fund the North Ramp expansion that you see right there. And when that happened, we made 2 promises in response to receiving that assistance. One was to move the fuel to the North Ramp, which we have achieved. The second was to develop the North Ramp. This building is basically trying to deliver on that promise. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. These are sort of 5 key points I want to touch on about what this project is trying to do. The first is access. It provides a third space, neither community nor home, to allow the public to interface with the airport, with aviation education and services. Safety. Right now, we have a situation where people fly in, land on the North Ramp. If they want to use a restroom, they have to cross an active runway. We also don't have a way to segregate public activity from aviation activity, and this building would provide that interface. The third is connectivity. A lot of times right now, someone bicycles up to the airport, they bicycle across an active ramp, sometimes across an active runway or an obstacle-free zone. This building provides that transportation interface. It allows people to park and then interact with the airport. It would allow us to have a place for potential charging stations for EV for both aircraft and vehicles. And our local transit authority has talked about placing a bus stop there in the future at some point to create that sort of intermodal transportation connection. The fourth item is resiliency. The bulk of the money we're seeking for this is being provided by the Department of Commerce based on a 2024 winter storm declaration. So resiliency is a really key point of this. The plan is to have photovoltaics on the roof and battery backups, which will provide, continuous communication in the event of power outage, and various services. Our valley is vulnerable to disasters in a number of ways. We only have a few corridors for electricity and natural gas, which in the past have both been shut down. We also only have very few physical access points, one highway over the mountain, 84, and a bridge across the river. In a subduction event or a very bad winter storms, those can be shut down, making the airport an essential transportation nexus. We can go to the next slide. The port has measured, used various metrics to assess the success of this project. We believe that this will increase airport utilization, increase the growth of aviation businesses, increase the overall capability of the airport, and provide that essential interface of transit between ground transportation and air transportation. Right now, we have private businesses have committed to creating over a dozen jobs connected with this building, and have committed to investing over the next several years over $17 million in private money in the airport. We're asking for $1 million from the state through the Connect program, which is a tremendous opportunity to leverage state money. $1 million is about 1/9 of the cost of the project. We've established strong partnerships locally and with the EDA at the federal level. Right now, we're in the curing process with the federal grant. So we're dotting I's and crossing T's, and we've gotten very positive feedback from staff at the EDA regarding this grant. This money from Connect would, in essence, also be sort of a support for securing that federal money. I don't know what the timing is and how it works on these things, but it's a strong vote of local confidence. Just in closing, I'm really trying to keep this under 3 minutes to respect your time. We lack an essential connection between our community and aviation activity. A big component of that is transit. And this building is that interface, looking to solve that problem. It solves a lot of problems. I mean, the EDA point is the economic development angle of it. There's the emergency management angle of it. I think the best public projects are robust and solve a variety of problems. And I believe this one fits the bill. $1 million from the Connect program would result in a generational benefit to the community. So thank you for your time, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have about our project.
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, Chair. What is the foundation in the revenue part? The $250,000 in that?
The Port of Hood River that's a great question, has a philanthropic 501c3 foundation. And the foundation is involved in a fundraising campaign, and our goal is to raise $250,000 through community donations to this project. And I'd also just like to point out that I think it's very rare for a community project of this sort to receive that kind of community support. People in the community want to donate their own money to this project to see it happen. So that's what that is.
How much do you have raised so far?
Not much because we just signed the document to create the bank account. So we've got verbal commitments from people, but I think right now we've only received a couple $100.
We actually received two additional $1,000 from
Okay.
our AAC
So
members.
we're starting to have a little bit trickle in, but I have some verbal commitments for a lot more, but I wouldn't say anything specific about that because we don't have it yet.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Did you have a question?
No, it's great to hear that you're working in the community's involvement in raising the funds.
So there, what's interesting is there were people on the airport committee for the Port of Hood River in the 1980s that were really trying to get this building built. I mean, they spent years on it, but the port either lacked the political will or the interest in supporting the airport and doing it. And the airport was largely neglected for a long time, aside from critical infrastructure. So this kind of vertical construction is our recognition that we have a hub of aviation technology businesses in the area, and that this building is part of that infrastructure and helps, promote a future. So, yeah, I'm very excited about that. And it's one of the reasons that I'm championing it is there's so much community interest. I have about 22,000 constituents, and I hear from many of them that they're really excited about this project. So.
All right. Thank you so much.
Anything else? Thank you. I wish you good luck in your deliberations today.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Maria, where are we at?
So we do have both OT and Bill here. So
Okay.
we can go ahead and go forward with those presentations if we want to do.
Yes.
Right. Oh, so sorry. Yes.
Would we like to also try to move up everybody else as well? Do we need to reach out to Burns and?
If we can, I'm gonna try to hit the 11:15 at 11:15, so we'll see how we
Okay,
get through.
we'll get through the two and then we'll see. Okay, perfect.
All right, Roger, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. First, I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. OTH, or Southwest Oregon Regional Airport, is of course one of the smallest commercial airports in Oregon. Although we do provide an essential service. Much of our passengers or travelers who use our airport are there for tourism. And basically a lot of that is Bandon Dunes. Bandon Dunes Golf Resort was named last year as the United States #1 golf resort. They have 7 courses currently, 5 of which are in the top 15 in the nation, and they're in the design and permitting for another course. In addition, we are preparing for what will be the largest public or private investment in Oregon, a $2.3 billion port terminal on the coast, and actually not too far off the end of our runway for that. We only have 2 routes currently and anticipate a 3rd route next year. We have the Denver route and the San Francisco route. We are growing at a quick rate. Next slide, please. And you can see, because we're a smaller airport, we don't just go with enplanements. We use enplanements and deployments. But you can see our growth rate just since 22 at 56%. The most recent U.S. airport ranking report shows us as one of the fastest growing airports in the Northwest. And recently, FAA approved a growth rate of 6% annually over the next 20 years, which is 3 times the national rate. All those are good things, but there are always unintended consequences when you have growth, and one of which we have is with our apron. Next slide, please. Our apron, when it was originally designed, did have room for 2 planes, but they were much smaller. Now with the MBR 175s, we only have room for 1 plane at a time. And what you see in this picture, you can see 1 plane sitting out on a taxiway while the other one loads or unloads. This is an extremely common occurrence. It's happening at least 2 to 3 times a week. And we've had planes out on the taxiway for over an hour on occasion, which doesn't make our passengers very happy. Provides a very negative experience for our airport. So what we're looking at doing, next slide, is expanding the apron. Again, this is a more recent problem, began last year. We have been meeting with FAA. They have agreed to put this in our 5-year CIP. We would have loved to have it done this year, but that wasn't possible. So it's on our planning for next year. The total project is 1.5 million. We're proposing a 40% match for this. We already have the project underway with Ardura. We're doing the environmental and the cultural currently. But this would actually solve this bottleneck problem that we're currently having. We anticipate having an additional route to PDX next year, and that plan is to have that plane overnight there on the apron. So having the extra room will certainly be needed. I think I did that rather quickly. So I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I do have just an operational question for you because I'm curious. Are you powering out those planes or are you pushing them all the way out the tag?
Powering out.
Are powering out.
Yeah, we tried to do get them to agree to push back, but we can't get that. And we've tried to separate.
Not as mean as me, Roger.
What's that?
Not as mean as me. That's, you need to open up.
Maybe I need to have the, an opportunity for you to come over and chat.
Yeah, I would just caution you, your pavement will take a toll if they're powering out every day. But anyway, we can talk offline about that. Any other questions?
I'm surprised that the FAA isn't funding at a higher level.
Yeah, me too.
You know, I would have thought that this is an excellent project for them to fund at a higher level. Just curious what the message from the ADO has been.
In full transparency, they're not saying they wouldn't support it at a higher level. We're like every other airport. We just have more needs than we have resources. Our next project coming up is pavement maintenance, and we have certainly more payment needs than we do have resources.
Okay, thanks, Roger.
Any other questions? Roger, thanks so much for coming up today.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present.
Great. So next we have Allison Rowe with Trimble Aviation out of McMinnville.
Hi, I'm Allison Rowe. I'm the president of Trimble Aviation, during Trimble Helicopters. Trimble Aviation has been the FBO at the McMinnville Airport for 9 days now. So very freaking new. And Jared is going to be here, but obviously we're running so early that he's not going to make it. But I've been at the McMinnville Airport. I've been working there for about 20 years. Jerry's been flying in and out for over 40 years. And that amount of time, there has been almost no change. There's been no growth. It's been stagnant and neglected until now. Now everything is changing. These are some of the things that are going on at the airport right now. Of course, we've got a world-class aviation museum directly across the street. Trimble Helicopters continues to bring in students from around the world. Weyerhaeuser just moved in. They are building a campus. They're bringing up to 6 Blackhawks to support their firefighting operations. And they're bringing in all the associated pilots, mechanics, support staff, a lot of jobs coming in with them. Of course, the air show comes every year. Precision Helicopters continues to grow. So I think they've broken ground on their new facility. There's a Marriott going in across the street, which is amazing. And I'd be willing to bet that a lot of people at this table know that Aurora and Hillsborough are at capacity. And this project that we're proposing aligns with the master plan that was recently adopted last year for McMinnville. So the momentum has taken off. Next slide, please. So the problem is that the existing facilities have not kept pace. when you come to McMinnville right now, you get off the airplane and this is what you see. You see a single wide and the Quonset hangar that was built in 1948. So it's, it's certainly not a good first impression for visitors visiting our area. So next slide. So what Jerry and I are proposing is we want to build a terminal FBO building and we want to update the Quonset hangar. We have committed to $225,000 of our personal money. We're asking for $525,000 from Connect Oregon for a total project cost of $750,000, shovel ready. And we want to take the Quonset hangar back to its vintage look. We're partnering with the city. The city has agreed to paint the hangar. I've got to do the roof, and I will have my checkerboard roof. Come there next year, and there will be a yellow and black roof on that building. So we want to build more than a FBO building. We want it to be a place to honor our military of the past, to welcome our future aviators, and a place for the community to gather. This isn't a build it and they will come project. It says they've come. Now we need to build it. Connect Oregon can help us do that.
Thank you. So the 750 is for both the future terminal and the renovation of the Quonset hangar. And how did you do your cost estimating, particularly on the future terminal?
I've got a builder. It's a very modest building. It's very small, very simple. And so we just came up, he says that he can do that building for basically $400,000. Nothing fancy.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
So the other two we have are Burns and Grant County. Mark Hagedorn, who is their consultant and is on, said he can see if he can get them to come on early if we want to try to get them in now or.
Well, what I'm thinking is maybe we'll take a break.
Okay.
We'll come back and we'll do the 11:15 action item and then we'll continue on from there. So
Okay.
it works.
Okay, how long would you like the break to be?
We will come back at 11:15.
At 11:15.
Yeah. Okay, if that works for everybody. It is a long break. We want to have people be able to catch up. Okay, all right.
We are back.
Hey, we are back. Andrea, who are we hearing from next?
So we're gonna.
Oh, we're gonna go, that's right. We're
Yeah,
going
yeah.
straight to.
And then, Branson Grant County. will-
Okay, that's right. I even told you that before we went to break. Okay, so next item is action item, a vote on the 27-29 agency request budget for legislative concepts and policy option packages. So
Okay, great. Okay. So yes, I'm going to be presenting a little update on the budget, and then there's going to be 2 votes. So we're going to be voting on the 27-29 agency request budget and policy option packages. That'll be 1 vote together. And then you'll be voting on the 1 legislative concept, and that's the jet fuel tax split. So here is where we are in the budget development process. So far, we have developed our current service level budget. I presented to you in April the revenue shortfall and went over that in detail. And we've had 1 revenue work group meeting in late April to go over some revenue increase ideas. So the agency request budget is due at the end of July. And we have 1 more revenue work group meeting scheduled, I believe, in August. So there might be some more after that. And then in fall, we're going to develop the governor's budget. And then the legislative session will start early next year. And we'll be presenting our budget to the legislature. And then any legislative concepts that become bills will be added to our budget. So then we'll have our final budget in June, and we'll start executing that in July. So the board will have several chances to review all of those budgets, and we'll be updated on the process as we go. So background on the agency request budget. We start with our current service level, which is just our base budget. And then we add policy option packages, and I'll go over those. And then we have a budget redirection. It's subtracting from our budget. And we also are subtracting a revenue shortfall package. So I'll be going over those in detail. So background on policy option packages. So there are any specific funding and service proposals that request changes to our base budget. So basically it's anything that we're wanting to add to our budget. We put that in a form of a POP. And so for this budget, we have 2 POPs that we're proposing. So the first one is all of our general aviation entitlement projects. So these are all of our projects for the next biennium that are under $1 million. And so these are based on the CIP that we work with the FAA on. And in fiscal year 27 and 28, we're going to be going back up to the 90-10, where the FAA is paying 90% and we'll be paying 10%. And the match for all these programs, projects is coming from aircraft registration. And another thing to note about this package is we put all the projects together just to give us a little more flexibility. So we don't have to stay to the specific budget for that project. We just have to stay to the overall budget number. So that makes it a little easier that we can adapt to changes in projects as we go. So the federal, you see the total federal funds here, the match requirement, and then the total project costs a little over $4 million for all of these projects. The next POP is the Pacific City project. And so the board did go over, Tony went over this with the board and previously. And so the board has already voted and approved on this to use SORT funds. And any project that we have that's over $1 million is added to the budget also as a POP. And so this project is for the Civic City apron, airport drainage improvements. There's going to be a new airport vehicle road access, existing airport rehab, and an airport expansion. And I'm not going to go into too much detail, like I said, because Tony already did go into that in a little more detail earlier. So for our current service level development for the agency request budget, so I did go over the $3 million revenue shortfall in our April meeting in detail. And so the agency request budget is the first of 3 budgets. And we will not be increasing any of our revenues in the budget. So this is how we were devised from DAS to put together this budget. Because DAS wants the agency request budget to show what cuts we'll have to take to the budget. And so we need to show in this budget what would happen if we're not able to increase our revenues? So what will the cuts be to our budget if we do have that revenue shortfall? So step one is we're doing a revenue redirection. And so this is basically an interfund transfer. So we have 3 positions that will be funded by SOAR funds instead of operations. So these are 2 airport facility and operations specialist positions in airport maintenance, and then 1 operation specialist position in airport services. So it's a little under $1 million. And so basically this will reduce funding for SOAR in the next cycle. So this is not ideal. This will take away from SOAR projects in the next cycle, but this is something that we had to put forth to make up for that revenue shortfall. Our second step is to reduce expenditures in operations. So we're putting together what's called a revenue shortfall package. So this package is cutting 2 positions. So that makes about $500,000. We're cutting capital outlay of $164,000 and cutting service and supplies of a little over $1 million. So the total reduction is a little over $1.7 million. And I'm going to go into more detail of all those cuts. So the 2 positions we're proposing to cut is our aircraft registration specialist. This position, the person in this position will be retiring at the end of August. So we will have a vacancy in this position. If we do cut this, it's going to result in slow processing times, reduced customer service. It will be harder to do that revenue collection of that aircraft registration, which is a very important revenue source for us. And we might have to cut our office hours because this position also is the front desk receptionist and they answer the phones. So if we do cut this position, we might have to go to a appointment only office type of a situation. If we cut that, the other position is our airport operations specialist. This position is vacant as well. That would reduce program coordination, outreach, and communication if we do have to cut that. We also are proposing to cut our capital outlay budget, which is already very small as it is. It's only $164,000. So it would be 100% cut to that for the biennium. So that would be for the biennium, we can't get any new vehicles, any new equipment for any of our airports. And service and supplies, we have several cuts here. So I have it broken down by line item default. So this column here that says CSL, that's our base budget right now. In red, package 70. So those are all of the cuts. And then the next one is our budget after the cuts. And then I also put in the percentage cut for each of those categories. And there's notes for each one. So for in-state travel, it would have to be a cut of 63%. So it would eliminate our board travel. Most of the travel in this budget is for our airport maintenance workers getting to the airports. So that would significantly reduce airport maintenance at the airports. We have a 60% cut to out-of-state travel. So that's basically for conferences and trainings. A 60% cut to employee training, 10% for office expenses, 12% for telecommunications. So that's the staff cell phones and then our internet services at the airports. The next one is state government service charges. So we can't cut this. This is a charge that we pay to DAS. And so that there's no cut in that category there. A 10% cut to data processing. Publications, 10% cut. Very large 90% cut to professional services. So this would be our OAP updates, planning services, website services, anytime we're hiring professionals. We don't have a cut for attorney general. There's really not a lot of wiggle room in that budget there as it is. We have a 10% cut to employee recruitment and development, 60% cut to membership dues, facility rent. That is actually just the taxes that we pay and then bill the tenant. So we're not cutting that. Fuels and utilities, 15%, facilities maintenance, 60%. So this is fence, gate repairs, pest control, the elevator at the Aurora, herbicide at airports. So that would be a very significant cut to that category. 24% to service and supplies. So that's fuel purchases at airports and then painting our airport pavements. 89% cut to other service and supplies. So basically, we wouldn't be able to have porta potties at any of our airports anymore, would be what that would be. 20% cut to small equipment at airports, and then a 10% cut to IT related, so software, laptops, and that kind of thing. So overall, 42% reduction to service and supplies. So those are all of the cuts. So basically, how it will work is if we're able to increase our revenue by the amount of the shortfall, we would be able to restore all of these cuts. But as I said, in the budget, we do have to show the cuts. So the next step is for the board to vote on the budget. So I have a summary here of what you're voting on. So have it broken down by program. So this again is the base budget, the revenue shortfall package, that's our cuts. And then we have our 2 POPs. And then I have the total funds of the agency request budget. And then it's broken down into other funds and federal funds. Is there any questions before we move on to the vote?
What would happen if we stop POP 103 and move that money?
That's fine.
Move that money into,
I'm sorry, what was the question?
what are the requirements if we stop POP 103 and move that money? How does that work? How would that work, or could that work?
Well, the thing about the SOAR funds is they are required by statute for certain things. So we couldn't just use that 1.5 for operations in general.
But they could be used for like PMP and, or not, for pavement maintenance and things of that nature, right?
It couldn't be used for pavement maintenance. It's only can be used for state-owned airports, safety,
Maintenance and infrastructure. projects.
maintenance, infrastructure
maintenance, right?
Can be
projects.
used for maintenance and, okay.
Yeah,
So there is some things in the standard general account that could be used for, right?
yes, there are.
So that is something I would like to investigate. Or at least have staff report on that. Sorry?
Can we get more details on what you're looking for?
Less cuts in the operations by moving some of the things that can be done with SOAR money, using the POP 103 instead and knocking off POP 103. That, do I more specific than that? Right.
We won't be able to provide any answers today. Something
Understood.
But discuss with Kenji, and
I think that's something we need to seriously consider. Right. Also, just a quick, you have a couple typos in the read ahead notice, just the years are wrong.
Oh, I saw that after.
Yeah. Just make, okay. So, but very understood. No big deal. Right. Yeah.
Other questions, comments?
I feel the same. Yeah, I support that, those requests.
Could you go back to the list of the POP 103, please? So, obviously, I think we all understand the needs at this airport, but these are multiple projects that could be phased to take some of that burden off of the operations cuts. So I too would like to see kind of maybe a price tag on each of these and how we might be able to phase those and take some of that strain off of the cuts to the operations area. Things that qualify, obviously.
Yeah.
I can answer that question for the Pacific City project. All of the improvements are included in a floodplain development permit, and there are some time constraints for all of all components of the project have to be completed without pausing the project once it's started, and it has to start before the end of next calendar year.
That's a requirement of the permit.
That is a requirement of the permit.
Can they be all permitted separately?
They can. The permit was issued under a previous set of requirements. The rules and the requirements have changed to meet new FEMA floodplain requirements, which are significantly more stringent. So if not included in this project, it's uncertain if or how much cost it'll take to complete the remaining components. So this is not part of this discussion, but just for a future discussion, some concerns I have about this particular state airport and its violations, numerous violations of safety rules, including the fact that I'm hearing that the county, because this is a county, this lives in county land, that they approved yet another building in violation of FAA rules going on. So investing in an airport that clearly has major liability concerns, and almost every building next to it is in violation of runway safety protocol is a problem. I struggle with this. And if you've ever been there, it's try walking out there. Right. It's right. I'll add that the issue of obstructions at Pacific City State Airport have been a significant point of contention and something that the department has dealt with over 10 years. I'm happy to bring some more information in a future board meeting to discuss just some of the challenges and what we're working on today to try to remediate that. It's just for me, and again, I'm repeating myself, but it's a struggle looking at these cuts that we have going on here and investing in something that is not, in my official opinion, a good investment that's going to resolve issues that need to be resolved. Right.
We're not answering any of the compliance issues with these projects.
No, as a matter of fact, making it worse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Making it worse. Right. And we really need to get that done. If we're going to do all this work at Aurora, and getting us into the FAA compliance zone, this one is worse in liability concerns, in my opinion, personal opinion. Right.
Yeah.
Stevens, has there ever been a discussion with the local jurisdictions of taking over the ownership and operation of?
Mr. Stevens. If I can just offer something. So my concern right now is how far off the agenda that we're going. But and I don't know what the timing is that you need a vote for this, but I do believe that the Pacific City, that the 1 point whatever it was, that was an approved project from last April, right? Those are so the board is already, what I'm saying is that you can bring it back, but you should do it in a noticed meeting where you're discussing these issues and revisiting whether you want to use these funds or not.
Right.
So what I don't know is timing wise is if you can put this decision out until then. I doubt it because of when your next meeting is.
Well, I think the missing piece of information in that, Stacey, is that, we approved the Pacific City projects, but we didn't have the information that we were then going to need to show a budget reduction in our operations area. We probably would have made a different decision had we known that was going to be the case. So, and I understand your point about not going too off agenda here to have this discussion now, but I think there does need to be an additional discussion about the state of this airport and the best way to move forward with that. So I guess I would ask you, Kristen, what is our timeline now in reporting to the state?
So what we can do is, like I said, there will be 3 different budgets. So for the agency request budget, you could vote to pass it and then recommend a change to the budget. And so before the next budget, we could make that change. We could bring that back to the board for a vote specifically on this and changing the entire budget. So that would be set up for the next budget cycle.
Okay.
So before the government.
Well, so I'm going to put on my chair hat for a minute, and I'm really trying to be respectful here, but I must express the frustration that I have, and I think the other board members have, about receiving this information only a day or two before we need to come to a meeting and vote, and not having all of the information we need to be making mindful decisions about pretty important stuff, right? So I think I'm going to suggest that we take a different approach with this decision today, which is unfortunate because I think it's unnecessary. We should have been able to have all of the information from staff reports, perhaps at the last board meeting, so that we have some time to absorb it and think about it before we actually come to a vote. So I'm expressing my frustration and my again ask to staff to please prepare us earlier in the process so that we are not put in this position where we're going to have to make a hard decision today. This is probably not going to be the best decision, but in order to protect the greater good of the agency, we're going to have to make some choices here today.
Okay, thank you. And so staff, we run into a lot of timeline issues because we have to get everything approved from the governor's office and DAS before we can even present it in a meeting. So that is the timeline issues that we do run against.
I do understand that. I just think we need to be having these discussions earlier.
I agree. And I think we're hearing from multiple members, the concerns associated with that and what is kind of putting pressure on us to make some difficult, if not painful decisions affecting the agency and affecting others with some information that we haven't had a ton of time to absorb or have ability to look at alternates and the ability to spread some of that, and totally respect that there are constraints given by what information and when you get it back, either from the governor's office or from other agencies. We just need to, I guess, going forward, find a way to strengthen that timeline so we have some time to process it and at least feel comfortable that we are collectively making the best decision going forward for the agency, for the state's airports, for the staff. I appreciate that, and I second your feelings on that, Chair.
So, Stacey, what are our options right now on this issue?
I think it's how Kristen. Well, so I would go with what Kristen suggests because I just don't know the timing of it. I do. So you have a couple of different things going on. So there is the monies that was approved for the Pacific City Airport. And so that was part, like I said, as part of a notice meeting, and you were able to discuss it. And I think that it is completely fair to say we have more information and would like to go back and visit whether that's a use of our SOAR funds. And that could be a discussion that's completely separate and apart from the budget. And so I would recommend doing that. So there's that part of it. And then maybe what you can do is
recommend doing what?
Well, maybe directing staff to bring back that Pacific City decision. And then, but I think that you should look at that maybe separate and apart from the budget that's being presented today. One of the things that concerns me, and I think this is what Alex and Tony was saying, is that by statute, those SOAR funds can only be used for safety improvements recommended by the board and local community airports or infrastructure projects. And if you go back to what one of the slides that Kristen had, and it has the list of all the administrative services, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of those that you can use SOAR funds for. So it's a possibility that even if you choose not to spend the money on Pacific City because of the compliance issues, that's a completely separate discussion from the budget. So maybe separating those two is the way to start. Ask staff to bring that back to you for reconsideration of that and the compliance issues. So if you separate that, that just leaves what's going on with the budget. And I think, do they need to vote? So your suggestion was they can vote today, but put maybe like an asterisk. It says that they can come back and make changes to it in the next cycle.
Yeah, so if I go back to the beginning, so this is just our first budget. So we can make some changes. We also have, the next budget will be the governor's budget. So we can make changes there, and then it will go all the way to the legislatively adopted budget. So we do have an opportunity to make changes before the governor's budget as well.
So we could schedule a full overview of Let's Bay and the project in August or September.
LeGrand?
Pacific City. Or sorry.
City.
Pacific City.
Mhm.
Pacific City, yeah.
No, sorry, the meeting in LeGrand. We can talk about it in the
August 1.
Mhm.
So if I understand this correctly, we could make a vote on the budget, but holding back Pacific City.
No.
No.
Okay.
We can change our decision on the budget in, what was it? September, November, in the September, November timeframe.
August.
We can vote on what staff recommends today
With the caveat.
with the caveat that we're going to review it in the upcoming board meeting and maybe make a change.
Can you put up the slide again that shows the pops?
This one?
Yes. So unless there's other questions I want to put out as a proposed motion that may cover what we're all articulating here today. So I would propose that we approve this budget as written with a caveat that the Pacific City sewer projects be reviewed at a future board meeting for additional discussion. So I believe what this preserves is our spending authority, essentially. It achieves what the governor's office has asked, which is to show a budget deficit and how that will be absorbed. And it also it maintains our budget authority for the Pacific City projects that we can then review at a later board meeting. And then at that board meeting, I think we would need to have more detail on the permit that has a timeline and what that looks like. And I would say also the ramifications of if we pull that permit back and reissue permits for each separate component of those projects, both time-wise and monetarily. Does that seem like we're on track?
Big motion.
Well, just the first part was the motion, but yes, that's
And I'll make that motion.
okay.
As stated.
Very good.
By Chair Stevens.
Alexis, did you get?
So
I can try to restate if you'd like.
Yeah, would you mind just restating the motion for us since we had discussion after that?
Yes, so my motion is that we approve the budget as written with a caveat that the POP 103 Pacific City sewer project be revisited at a future board meeting to determine if we want to make changes to that.
Motion as stated.
One second. Anybody? Sure.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh, roll call.
There we go. Okay, so I just want to state for the record, we had a motion from Bill and a second from Steve. We'll conduct a roll call. So Bill Gropp.
Aye.
Jim Knight.
Aye.
Sarah Lucas.
Aye.
Steve Nagy.
Aye.
Brian Prang.
Aye.
Jeff Pritchard is excused, and Catherine Stevens.
Aye. Okay, that motion carries. And I will let the rest of the board members know, I will personally work with staff to make sure that we get the information that we need for the next board meeting.
Did you get the porta potties back in?
Well, I'm kind of feeling like porta potties might be important, so we'll have further discussion on that as well.
I guess maybe a question with it, even if the SOAR funding for this POP 103 doesn't go completely towards expenses and budget shortfalls, that would then potentially supplement the future legislation concept offset, right?
There's other potentials.
Yes. Yeah.
There's numerous potentials.
Yes. And I agree with Bill that we need to have more talk about this airport and the situation there.
In a separate
Yeah.
conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so next is our legislative concepts. So background on this, staff's and governor's office direction is to minimize impact to Oregonians with our legislative concepts. So basically what that means is they don't want to see legislative concepts that are increasing fees for taxes. And so we have the revenue work group that's meeting to develop revenue increase ideas. And so if those increased ideas are put forward, they won't be put forward by the agency as a legislative concept. They will be put forward through legislators. So the legislative concepts that we have proposed here, it does not increase jet fuel tax revenue. It changes the split of the revenue. So it's just looking at the 2 cents for the ASAP fuel tax. So after the 5 cent for admin, here's the current split here. So core has 75%. So based on the most recent revenue forecast, that'll be about $5.9 million in the next biennium. SOAR has 25%, so a little under $2 million in the next biennium. So the proposal is basically taking the 75% core and breaking it down to 25% for core and 50% for operations. So it decreases core by about 3.9 million and puts that into operations. So as you saw, the revenue shortfall was only about 3 million. So 3 million will get us to a 3-month ending balance. So 3.9 would get the agency to a 6-month ending balance.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Yes. So the shortfall for the agency is 3 million, and that would get us to a 3-month ending balance, which is what's recommended. So the 3.9 million would get us to a 6-month ending balance.
If I could add, you see that remaining 25% to core. We do, when all possible, like to leave a buffer within that core pool of funds, right around the $1 million mark. And so you can imagine with as many core applications that we receive every year, $1 million doesn't go very far, even when we cap those projects at about $150,000. So we recognize how much this will affect all the airports that are dependent on our core funds to help make their airport projects happen.
And I would also add that this is for the 27-29 biennium. So it's a temporary fix. It's not a permanent change.
So Kristen, if I'm understanding, it would be a legislator that would need to put this forward. Is that correct?
No, this one we can put forward because we're not increasing fuel tax.
Okay.
We're just changing the split. So this has been approved by the governor's office so far in DAS.
Okay.
And by statute, can we change that percentage for SOAR? Because right here, you're saying 25, 25, 50.
Right.
Can you take a percentage out of each of those, out of core and of SOAR, in order to do that?
Yes. Yes, we could do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the stage we're at right now, it's been approved preliminary from the governor's office in DAS, but it hasn't been drafted by legislative council yet. And so we'll work with them to draft it so we can make changes to the proposal.
Yeah, I would entertain adjustments to the proposal.
I would entertain, a concept, even to, if all the other airports are going to take some pain associated with this, the SOAR airports could, as I'm not saying should, could as well. So maybe it's a 5% reduction there and being able to put 5% back into core. I don't know. That would just be, that's just an idea.
Yeah, Kristen, you mentioned that the gap is about 3 million for operations. Is that correct?
But the revenue shortfall is 3 million.
So this brings us to 3.9 though, right?
Right. So the 3 million gets us to a 3-month ending balance. So the 3.9 would get us to a 6-month ending balance.
Right.
And so I believe if you got just exactly to 3 million, I believe the split would be 40% about to operations.
So you're operating at a 3-month ending right now? Yeah.
But I think from your last presentation, that's below what had been previously.
Right.
Trying to
Previously, we had 6 months. CFO and LFO recommend 3 months as a minimum.
thoughts?
At a minimum, I like the idea of sharing the discomfort more equitably between the two. But I'm open to ideas as to how that occurs and or whether or not we have 3 or 6 month ending balances.
Turn that into a motion.
No, I'm just including it out for discussion right at this point. I'm happy to do a motion, but
I'm with you. And then, you know, my brain is mentally mapping here.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do.
So if we did core 40, SOAR 20 and ops 40, keeping us around 3 months, which is the minimum. I mean, but we're all scraping here, all the agencies, not just us, right? So that keeps us at the recommended minimum, which is.
And there's the potential for.
But it puts more money into the FAA sponsored projects, which we need that FAA money to help boost things. So it gives more money to the state doing that. And my head comes up with 40, 20, 40. Just throwing that down as a starting point.
We're just ops at 40% put us for year end.
That's about 3 million.
3%.
So it is the 3%
Or no, 5%, 5%, or what?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
It's higher than 3%, the 3%, right? At year end.
Ending fund balance.
Ending fund balance, sorry, 3 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Yes, 3 million would be about 3 months ending balance.
The absolute minimum recommended by DAS, right? If we did 40, 20, 40.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is the 40, is that what
Yes.
puts us at 3 million?
Yeah, it's close to 3 million.
But I do agree that the core money gets us more bang for the buck, so to speak, although the SOAR airport is required, but right.
Staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but like this is a floor. If there is a legislative concept and there is a bill that passes that generates revenue in some way, again, recognizing that that's not the governor's priorities, but if there is something that happens like that, then this is establishing the floor as if there is no additional revenue coming to the rest.
Current service level.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
That's with the cuts you just showed us. Is that correct?
The 3 million? Yes. So the 3 million would completely restore the cuts that I showed you.
This would. By
okay.
instead of having a conversation about Pacific City, we would have a conversation about SOAR and core.
Right.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
The Pacific City
It would be a
conversation would be a separate
conversation.
Right.
Yeah, that would become a separate issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there any additional discussion, thoughts? Does somebody want to put a motion forward?
Are there resiliency concerns for the agency if there's a downturn in jets, downturn in other things that we're already in a tight margin?
Yes, there is. And our plan right now in place is if there is a downturn, PMP we already have postponed it. And so we would continue to postpone that. So the plan would be to postpone it for a year. And so that would save the agency about $2 million.
Be painful in the future, though. Kicking the can.
Right. Correct.
I think
keep rolling.
These are all the decisions that we're in right now.
Yeah.
Which can't kick.
Yeah.
Right. So in maintain a 3 month balance, you do have a fallback position, PMP.
There's a way to.
Yeah.
I will also just say, thankfully, we are not seeing drops in airline operations. Others are growing at significant double-digit rates. We knock on wood, we're going to continue. But you're absolutely right. There could be a downturn or retreat in certain levels of operate for whatever reason. Fuel costs, disaster. Yeah, any of those things.
COVID-27.
That's horrible.
Don't even joke.
Well, to add more complications to it, there's always a possibility for continued union negotiations with COLAs and whatnot with the state that we always have to adhere to. So
You could also, since the 3 million restores all of those cuts, and does that include the 2 staff positions?
Yes.
So you could continue to not fill those positions. Correct.
So they can make choices and
Railroad shutdown.
Right.
Kind of.
Right. So there are a couple levers that.
Yeah.
that could
that are
be
left
used.
to you to pull to decide. This is just setting out the larger framework.
Right.
I would add to that, yes, you're correct, Chair Stevens, but the longer we keep positions unfilled, we're always at risk of losing those positions permanently.
Well, I can make a motion based on this that that's kind of off of Bill's idea of keeping in the proposed budget, the 3-month coverage, the reducing the operating to 40% of change, which would allow a $3 million coverage there, and changing the core SOAR split to be, I think you had said 40 for core, 20 for SOAR.
Yeah. I'll second that motion. If that was a good motion.
It was a motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay.
It wasn't really well stated, but I think I got the gist out of what I wanted to do. So suggest.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, then Alexis, you can take the roll call, please.
Okay. And for the record, we had a motion from Steve and the second from Bill. Okay. Bill Groff,
Aye.
Jim Knight,
Aye.
Sarah Lucas,
Aye.
Steve Nagy,
Aye.
Brian Crane,
Aye.
Jeff Prisher is excused, Catherine Stevens.
Aye. Okay, so that motion carries. Okay, got through that.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for
Yeah.
bearing with us as we work through that.
And again, from my perspective, I hope staff understands we're, trying to balance the needs of staff and keep the agency open and operating through potentially difficult times, but also keep some of the programs funded at levels that you all had also said were important to the overall strategic importance of the agency as well.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so Alexis, keep us on track. Do you want us to go into presentations? Do you want us to break for that brief lunch and return for a working lunch?
I think, let's see. So our next presentations would have been Burns and Grant County, and I think I see County Joe,
Brenda.
I see Brenda. My suggestion might be to go ahead and finish out our Connect Oregon grants, and then maybe take a short 10 to 15 minute break to break for lunch, kind of do like you mentioned, like a bio break, and then we can come back and dive into discussion.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
Yep, that sounds great.
Perfect.
All right, so next up then we have Steve Burns and Brenda Ingebretson, who is the city manager, and Mark Hagedorn is their consultant, is also helping. So Brenda, if you're able to unmute your microphone, or Mark if needed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay, it wasn't working earlier today. So I am Brenda Ingebretson, the city manager in Burns, and with me is the operations manager for the airport, fire chief, Scott Williamson. So he double roles there. So this presentation is for water distribution for our airport expansion and fire suppression. We are in Harney County, the largest county in Oregon with 10,266 square miles. We are a critical base for wildfire suppression aircraft and a primary gateway for emergency medical transport. The airport has a seat base, and they end up having to have a water tender for water due to our water suppression system. It is, we have one well that has potable water, and the flow rates are very low. And so it doesn't fill quickly enough within the 2 hours. The tank doesn't fill quickly enough within the 2 hours so that they could refill to mix the slurry for the seat-based planes. So that has been a huge issue. Airport probably going on since the 1990s is the information I have been given. I've lived here for 18 years and the airport's the same. Again, we have, what else am I forgetting? Oh, the system, it's not pressurized. And the hope is to be able to install a new potable well with a higher yield, install a new 200,000 gallon storage tank and pressurize the system. And we would take that and connect that new system in with the existing infrastructure that we have at the airport.
Yes, so currently we got a moratorium on building out there from the state fire marshal's office based on our water supply out there. We can't build anything bigger than the current largest footprint out there. We've got projects coming in. NASA is looking at coming in and doing a balloon science project out there. They're planning on building buildings. None of this can happen without having a water system out there. Our FBO and a lot of our buildings out there don't have drinkable water right now. So the idea of putting a new system in and pressurizing it would be to tie into the existing infrastructure that's out there now, so we can have a system out there that's potable water for the buildings and for growth for fire suppression. We also not only do the seat base out there, but we provide wildland firefighting helibase, and we during this time of year we have the smoke jumpers that stay at our FBO, and there's about 12 of those guys. And like I said, we don't have any potable water. We have to bring drinking water in for them. So this is a very important system to continue to allow that airport out there to grow and to continue to function.
Also the seat base is hoping to be able to expand in the future. And we've had some other interest in drone activity out at the airport. And so we're kind of at a standstill and not able to develop any more at this point. So, Mark?
Sure. Talk about the funding a little bit. So our initial ask was on the order of about 10 million, which was an assumption of trying to hook up to the city. That's about 5 miles away. After further discussions with the airport, we decided to make the change to installation of a new well and the new distribution system. So since I provided these slides, we have revised the total number down to total project cost down to 3.5 million, which is the present grant request that we've updated with Connect Oregon. Large grant ask of 3.325 million from Connect. Well, two funding scenarios exist here. Obviously, this is a very high priority project for the airport and for decades. So funding scenario one, 3.3 million from Connect approximately, and then the city would come up with the balance, hopefully with assistance from Core Grant as needed. Funding scenario two is same project cost, but the Connect Oregon amount is substantially reduced. That's based on congressionally directed funding that the city has applied for several months ago. That is working its way through the system. So if awarded, the Connect Oregon grant would be substantially reduced. And that is our presentation. Happy to answer any questions if you have any. One final topic, one final thing I'd like to add is I did not include any funding from FAA. We have preliminary funding from FAA approval to use NPEs to help bolster the match and the project. So no state apportionment, no discretionary, but preliminary approval for NPEs. Anyway, questions?
Thank you so much. I think we do have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Oh, no, I guess I'm looking at, for staff probably here, I'm looking at City of Burns' grant request on what we have been given was total project cost of 7.8 and a Connect Oregon grant request for 7.4.
Yeah, they just changed that recently.
Okay.
They modified their grant.
Yeah, you can request down, you can't increase your ask later. So any modifications to the size, it needs to come from the applicant. And things like this do happen where they're able to find other funding sources or find ways to shrink the cost.
Okay, so Andrew, when we are in deliberation, we will see the
I'm
number.
updating that.
Okay, thank you.
Right now. Yeah.
And then I had a question for you. So I know you talked about and the existing well is potable water and it cannot fill the storage and the 2-hour time requirement.
Correct.
But then you also said part of the need for this additional water access and storage is for firefighting, but you don't need potable water for firefighting. So is there a way to make, and so what I'm asking here is the potable water well drilling and infrastructure is going to be more expensive than if it's non-potable. So could you just maintain your original potable well for people and then put the larger, well in place for just the firefighting purpose?
So the one well that we have that is for potable water is over at the seat base, and it only supplies water to the seat base, and a few hangars on that side of the airport. It does not provide water to the rest of the airport or any of the other hangars or the FBO. The FBO is on an old sand well that is currently failing at this time, and it's not drinkable water. That's the other well. There's a third well that provides water to the current fire suppression system out there to the tank for refill at 35 gallons per minute. That's the one that won't meet the refill value. So what we're looking at doing is putting a new well and trying to just take care of two issues out there: the fire protection and providing good water for growth out there too for the facilities.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
You have the water rights issues resolved with the state on that bigger well?
So we have a well out there at the southeast corner of the property that we have looked at before, and the water rights. Yeah, that is a good question. Some of the discussion on that is to be using some of the water rights for the city of Burns for that too. Project.
On a new well?
On an existing well. I think there's an existing well out there on the southeast corner of the property.
So that's work in progress, though. You haven't finalized that yet,
No.
right?
No.
So you don't have a memorandum of understanding or anything in place ahead of putting this well in?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing is in place right now. The intent would likely be to, in order to transfer the water right, the easiest route is to take an existing well, abandon it, and then install a new well, and then transfer that water right from one to the other. But a memorandum of understanding is currently not in place.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, and so we are to our last presentation, Grant County and their new airport manager, Callie Jo Hardiman. Okay. And Mark also assisting her.
Okay, Kelly Jo, you should have access to your mic now.
Thank you. I'm with Grant County Regional Airport in John Day. We have a large FBO here. We house the U.S. Forest Service Hela base. We operate 2 runways and offer 100 low lead and Jet A fueling options for general aviation and welfare operations. Helicopters. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and switch to the next slide, Mark. Helicopter operations play a critical role in Eastern Oregon. Grand County Airport serves a large geographic area, and we have limited transportation options. Our emergency medical transport relies on helicopters, as does search and rescue, wildfire response, law enforcement, and essential services that require rapid access to remote areas of the state. With this project, we hope to improve aviation safety and overall efficiency at the airport. Our current reality is shared runway operations, gravel and grass landing areas for helicopters, high potential for aircraft conflicts, and slower emergency response times. With completion of this project, our immediate result is safe separation of aircraft types, 5 dedicated helicopter parking pads for safe operations, and a faster deployment of critical services. Next slide, please, Mark. Here we have a rough schematic of the proposed location for the new pads. This will be refined in the design process. The 3 existing concrete pads you see are dedicated year-round to the U.S. Forest Service helibase. So the helicopter operations that we support here every day, the majority of the incoming rotorcraft all rely on the grass and gravel landing areas you see there to the left, and they share space with the fixed-wing aircraft. So what this has done is created a lot of operational inefficiencies, and it increases the potential for conflicts. The goal of this project is to ensure that when someone has a medical emergency, when we have wildfires in the area, or when public safety agencies require immediate access to the remote sections of rural Oregon, we have an airport here that's ready. The improvements that have been identified have been in our airport master plan since 2019, and we're motivated to see it to completion. Next slide. So our current request to Connect Oregon is for funding of $411,600. With that, we're supporting safer aviation operations, faster emergency response times, improved wildfire readiness, and 30 years of public infrastructure. The project is supported locally, it's supported financially. Connect Oregon is leveraging 30% of the project costs from FAA funding and the Grant County Airport budget funds. The goal is to invest in transportation projects that improve safety, strengthen economy, and connect communities. And this project does all of that. We're strengthening emergency response, supporting forestry, agriculture, aviation, and public safety. Most importantly to me, it serves the Oregonians who don't have any other options available for transportation when time is essential. We have the local commitment, we've matched funds, and we have a clear plan. So what we're asking for is partnership to build the infrastructure to serve rural Oregon. Any questions?
Thank you for that. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, so Alexis, I'm going to propose that we take a half an hour for lunch and come back at the time on the agenda at 12:45 for our deliberations.
Okay.
And I will take this opportunity to remind board members that our lunch period is for talking about our hobbies and our vacations. It is not for deliberations until we come back. Trying to get the gold star from Stacy. All right, we are adjourned.
Not adjourned.
Well, we are on break. We are on break.
On break.
I think that I'm just keeping
All right. And we are back.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We all got a little lunch break there. So we are now at the point where we will talk about each of the Connect Oregon projects that we heard about today. Thanks again to the airport managers who came and presented today. This is always very helpful for us to hear just a little additional information along with the packet that we get that details all of the projects. We have fewer projects this year than we've had in the past to consider, which kind of makes our job a little bit easier, but also, as noted before, there's less funding. And so making our prioritization is really important as we send our recommendations on to the Connect Oregon decision makers. So with that, Andrea, do you want to show us where we are at in the end? I think we're showing us the board ranking. Is that correct?
Yes. So I collected the individual scorings that you guys sent in and averaged them out. And so this is how those rankings fell. So you will see here Redmond and Eugene tied for 2, Pendleton and OTH for 4th place. And then we also have a couple 6 and a few 7s there. So those ones all averaged out to the same score.
And of course, aviation is competing against the other modes as well, ultimately for the Connect Oregon selection. And I forgot to ask, John, do we know has there been a selection from the different modes of who will serve on the selection for that?
Yeah, the rail group is met. I don't recall who's serving. The Marine is going through their final tally. Yeah, we're right in the midst of it.
And so then do we need to provide a representative for that? Do we have a yet?
No, usually customary, once it's done, chair, vice chair, whomever is able to kind of, speak on behalf of the deliberations here, can represent. And then the tentative date right now is September 9th. That's a Wednesday, would be the final review committee.
That was my next question.
And that would be a likely 9 to 3, like most of the day kind of event.
Up here in Salem?
Yeah.
And was there a facilitator again this year?
Yeah, we're gonna bring back a facilitator for that.
Same one?
Yeah.
And remind us who's the leadership on the final review committee.
Right now, Betsy Johnson had been the chair last time. She'll be the chair again. So last time being 2 years ago. And then the rest of the committee will be one from each of the modes, the aviation, marine, rail, and then from our freight advisory committee, we have about 20 projects that are freight dependent, freight related. Also someone from our OFAC. And then one person from each of the regions of the state from the area commissions on transportation. So there's 5 of those. And those are typically your city councilor, county commissioner, city manager type of folks from, say, like a Umatilla County or, city of Roseburg, that kind of thing. And so those members would also be there to vote on and deliberate over the projects.
Great, thank you. Okay, do you want to take us through that list again? And I guess the main purpose is to prioritize them in order because we don't have like a cutoff of funding amount because we ultimately will be in that broader Connect Oregon set of projects that this is decided. So we just need to make sure that we have consensus on the order of priority of the projects that we're sending into the final for the final.
And then
what I'm trying to say, the final review. There we go.
And then yes, so tie breaking for the ones that were.
Yes, right. We do that too.
So I guess you just want to start by going down the list and just talking about, I guess, how it is now, and then if you want to make any changes. And
Chair Stevens, before we start that, we have $10 million basically for airports.
Well, we don't know, right? So
There's no specific split by mode. While yes, you could say if there's 3 modes, it would be approximately 10 million. It really depends on the projects come in, and so it can really swing wildly from round to round. One big project in one mode can kind of shrink it, but you can use it as a proxy to think about as you go down the list and you start adding it up. Where, especially in this case, the focus on the projects towards the top, getting those ties broken, and you'll still need to break all the ties later, but the discussion, being towards the top is the most important. As the ones that are near the top for this group are the most likely to be funded.
should we start with tiebreakers, or how would you like to go?
I'll just make a general comment.
Sure.
So when I was going through this, I was just coming off a trip based on education, especially public education. And what was difficult in getting kids into these national competitions and things, and we were traveling with a couple hundred kids and multiple CTSOs. So FFA's traveling with almost 500 kids from around the state. Access around the state to a commercial airport is just so important to public education. And we realize that every time we go on one of these trips with a whole lot of kids from the state of Oregon, and we represent great at the national level, but kids having to drive on a yellow bus all the way to not to Vegas, but to Tahoe, or going out to Boise, things like that. So the Medford Airport, the Redmond Airport, the Eugene Airport, these are all critical things, and they're doing great because you can tell we're starting to have these conferences around the state now, not just Portland only, right? And so I do agree with all the growth parameters that people were showing and things, but it's got to be centralized around these commercial aircraft where we can get people in and out of there, and it's working, right? And we need to make sure that infrastructure that's a key economic engine, and that's where my brain went first, in general, when I'm looking at the list, and I can see maybe others too. But what I learned today, just in general, is some of the places, especially in far out east, the wildfire capacity needs to be as important. And I'm starting to rethink, okay, I didn't realize that was the case until I saw some of these presentations. And so I'm kind of leaning on those two things. But, from my background, I'm going to, public education and how important these commercial airports are around the state is so important. People driving 4 hours on a yellow bus to catch a plane is hard. And that's what would happen if these airports don't get supported in Southern and Eastern Oregon. So just my comment.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking was similar, but kind of in a different way. And that was who the most population benefit, right? And then I just went down from there, which clearly that means I ranked mine really high. But then also the firefighting piece, because more and more of that is so critical. And if you remember 2 cycles ago, I chose Oak Ridge Airport over my own airport because of that firefighting capacity, critical infrastructure needs. So yeah, those are definitely things top for me.
So thinking about kids and parents sitting in a plane for an hour waiting their turn at the one and only terminal, and also foam helicopters not being able to go up in the 20-minute turnaround time that we need when we have a critical and going. Those just really stuck out at me. I just wanted to make that comment. Yeah, right.
I was just gonna say, those are all excellent comments. When I was looking at this, I was looking at those factors, but one of the other things, keeping in mind the context of the statutory consideration scores, there's a reason we have statutory requirement or criteria, and to look at that. But can we have some, can we make some judgment based on some of those that are close together? And mine really was skin in the game. Those that had really provided a level of local commitment or had assigned worked their own or federal grants or combined things. Those that are asking Connect Oregon to mainly fund and to have a small local commitment doesn't to me, demonstrate the base of support that you really have when you put something into it. So when you see like 90 or 89% or 70% or even 60% commitment of putting together and looking for a matching of 5% or 10% or even 30% or 40, that really shows me that a community and an organization is putting together 60% or greater to try and find a way to get a project done. And they're really looking to connect Oregon, which was my original thought for this was supposed to help match some of these other grants and to other communities and make that across the final line and make that commitment to getting a project done. So I skewed my own values a little towards that. So that adjusted some, fair enough, up and down. But I think to your point, Bill, one of the things I didn't think about it until you just kind of said it there, but really we're looking at a lot of infrastructure that supports people and commerce moving, whether it's at a commercial airport or even, at a GA airport, you're trying to get people in and out safely. And, from being from a hub airport for up and down the West Coast, I think what we're seeing is like 10 years ago or maybe a little bit less, 8 years ago, a lot of hubs, we were all investing in major infrastructure improvements. And that level is kind of coming to an end. So the San Franciscos, the Seattles, the Salt Lakes, the Portlands, San Diego's in it now. But like all of us was in that first tranche of getting infrastructure in place. And I think you're now seeing it coming to the second level of destinations, whether it be at Medford, Eugene, or Redmond, and really benefiting being able to make that point-to-point connection, whether it's to myself, to our airport, or whether it's to San Francisco or to Denver or to Seattle, and make those connections to do exactly what you're saying. And not only is it for education, but it's opening up those for economic development. Sure. And that's what we've numerously heard about how that drives that economic development. So again, I relied on those two factors: what's going to drive economic development and what's going to drive where the community really has a commitment, or the airport sponsor has a commitment to it. And they're really looking for Connect Oregon to get them over the line.
Andrew, I just have one question on the spreadsheet. I see that you adjusted the Burns project amount, but is the percentage changed?
No, they're still at 5%, which is what the request was previously, and they had an exception for the lower match.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. John, could you help us? There was asked a little bit before lunch, but there's three categories there that I think would help me at least with understanding the economic review average, that column. Yeah. I'm fairly comfortable with the statutory consideration, but what was the purpose of an equity consideration and climate?
Right. The ODOT strategic action plan, among a number of other things, called for improving equity outcomes and lowering greenhouse gas emissions as we fund projects. And so our leadership was like, how can we incorporate these values into programs that are ongoing? However, and so that's important there. However, it's not within the statute. So it's where we landed was that it was an additional consideration that if you have projects that are closely scored when you first start with the statutory considerations and the economic review, that perhaps you could see if one project is better than the other in terms of advancing equity or climate outcomes. That could be the tiebreaker. In this case, it looks like from the scoring standpoint, we had three different kind of qualitative tiers of either no positive benefits, limited positive, which is what these projects all got, or significant positive benefits. These are tricky compared to, say, rail and marine, which do favorably in terms of GHG reduction, but it's kind of a different scope of how quickly or not they move people and goods. So in this case, it didn't end up being a additional help there. And then the economic review was based upon, what was the cost of the project, number of jobs, what's kind of a rudimentary benefit cost analysis, not quite to the level that I know federal grants require, that it's okay if an applicant requests a greater amount of money if it turns out there's a greater return in terms of number of jobs or reduction in costs for moving. Things are good, and we have ODOT has economists when it's an average of the scoring done by ODOT economists, as well as our business Oregon. They have regional development officers for all over the state and kind of understand how those businesses work from their perspective. And so we meshed that together with the staff scoring, kind of had the global or statewide picture for the airports. And it really is intended to be a starting point for discussion. As it looks like there's a lot of agreement, like the Jackson County project was number one, both from a staff side and from this aviation board side. But understandable that as you hear from the applicants, kind of consider what your own focus and those statutory considerations are, like the earlier notion about the how important the match is and demonstrated skin in the game, that you, based on that, you might choose to alter that. That's totally understandable.
So John, what do those numbers under economic review? What is that number? Number 18 or 12 or 11? What
just out of, I think it was 20, how strongly it looked like it was, how clear there would be for example, it was just taking what the applicant put in the application. Does it serve one of the statewide business clusters? The applicant would put in which of the clusters, and they scored based on that. If it has safety benefits, let's see another one here. Long-term jobs multiplied by the project useful life. Historically, it's been a assumed 20-year lifespan, but some infrastructure lasts quite a bit longer, some of it not as much.
Is there discussion regarding prior funds that had been allocated to specific, like Jackson? They've received a lot of money over the cycles.
Yeah.
There's a number of these that have never received money. They very rarely receive money. Was that a consideration in the discussion before it gets to this part?
No, it's really focused on what they portray in the application. That's almost like kind of a political consideration, you could say. On one hand, they've demonstrated, an ability to carry out building an application or a project, and then on the other hand, what about the others? So it's certainly up to this group and then the following groups to kind of balance that out.
Yeah, Jim, you bring up a good point, because my understanding is that may be part of the final review consideration this year, is looking at which airports have received funding in the past rounds and which airports have not. So Andrea, I don't know if you have, I'm asking you this on the fly, and I don't know if you have that handy of which airports received. I mean, maybe we just focus on last round 2 years ago.
Yeah, actually I did grab that information. So I do have from the 2022 and 24 cycles, which ones had applications. So Medford did receive grants in 2022 and 24, a total of about 5.5 million. Redmond received 2024 $10 million. Eugene in 2022 received 1.4 million. Coos County, Southwest Oregon Regional in 2022 received 3 million. Grant County has received Connect Oregon grants in 2022 and 2024, and the total is about 1.8 million. Corvallis, which they didn't have a presentation, but they did have a previous Connect Oregon grant in 2022 for about $375,000. So that's of our current applicants who has had previous.
So there's kind of a two-tiered group there, as I'm hearing you say, and trying to put the number in it. There's the 5 million pluses, and then there's the ones that are 1 to 2 millions in there kind of things.
Do you have that in a format that you can show to us, or can you add a column to show?
Yeah, it might be easier to
like let you process that for a minute. Yeah.
Versus not.
It would be just kind of
Well,
good
you
to
just-
put that in
I was
perspective
just
of
listening to
the
them.
past two cycles, and then also the amounts, because there were very big differences in the amounts that were awarded.
I was gonna say that, but we've got big amounts for all commercial.
Right.
Aircraft or commercial.
Mhm.
Yes.
But not,
Yes, right.
but not all of them. Not all of them were, but some were bigger than others. Just saying.
If I might add about the discussion of which ones have been awarded before, the focus of the final review committee, it's cabin to kind of projects near either just above or just below the cut line. So for example, if this group chooses, again, it's just because it's up there, Jackson County as their number one project, it wouldn't, the final review committee would not then knock that out because this was a consensus number one for this group.
So I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about, but have the other review committee or have the other modes met? Or you said they were in the process?
Yeah, a few of them have met.
And obviously you all have seen, I mean, like, the strength of their applicants as strong, and what I shouldn't say as strong, as the ask is big as in aviation. And I know I don't know if that's at all appropriate, but I'm sure it's all public knowledge. But I guess what I'm saying is this one's leaning a lot towards heavily, in the past years, we've been doing like ramps at airports and things like that. This is pretty heavily leaning towards commercial service. And I'm just trying to figure if you're like talking about in the past, if you're a third, so to speak, for modes, but if one mode has a very good, very specific set of issues in a particular cycle, I mean, I think improving upon commercial aviation access in Oregon, this is a pretty good story for those that are at the top here. I'm just trying to gauge the competitiveness of aviation's package overall.
It's tough to say because right now the marine request total is 37 million, aviation is 30, and rail is 16. However, there's one project in marine that's 10 million by itself. So just the composition of what gets selected. So it's always difficult to say what's
sure
things are going to fit coming together.
Okay, thank you.
Alexis, is Sarah on? I know she was going to drop off for a minute and then she's going to try to join the executive session.
She is not.
I just wanted to.
I think she actually. Wasn't going to be able to. I think she's done for today.
Okay, she texted me and said she's going to try to hop onto that one, but she may not be able to. So
okay.
I just want to make sure we weren't missing comments from her if she was still on. So
she is not.
Okay. Andrea, you still working on it?
Nope, they're all up right now.
And that's for 24?
2022 and 20.
Both of them. Okay.
Yeah. Did you want to know which ones?
Maybe you just do like a note if it was awarded in both years or 1 year. Or and cycles, what I mean, from both cycles or one cycle.
Yeah, I think that the very first one, from I recall, looked at their application information, there was like $20 million in total Connect funds that were given to that airport over the course of the history of the Connect grant.
Do you mean Jackson or do you mean Redmond?
Redmond.
Redmond, yes, I think you're.
They're both holiday terminal.
We're all trying to build new terminals.
When I say that,
They're all.
it's not to disparage the work they did, because they've proven very well that they do really good use of those. Really good use of those.
It's also by far the biggest growth rate part of our state. Without question.
Until it busts.
Well,
I'll just say it.
We can say
We've seen that cycle over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you, Andrea. So we definitely need to break ties here, and we have several of them. So we've got ties at 2 and 4 and 6 and 7.
It, like with position 2, seeing the previous awards might help break the tie, which also with total grant request asks might make more of our projects viable to overall get funded instead of an $11 million top end ask. A little bit less for the top couple.
I found myself spending more time looking at the grant request and what was going to be the use of those funds. And that some of these issues really, just to be frank, particularly, and it's, again, I'm not against Redmond, but the purpose of all that money is so that people can get their bags quicker. And so when I compare those needs of trying to get people not only to get to claim, but really move through baggage claim quicker, I can't, I think back in my life of the times that I've waited and waited and waited, and speeding up baggage claim in comparison to other grant requests, that failing infrastructure and needs is far more important to me as a board member than it is so that people can get their bags quicker. And that may be a gross understatement of what all of that means, but it's really hard for me to walk away from that. Reality is that how do I tell the other grant request, you can't get your money because we have to give it to one airport that wants their bags to be released to their customers on a faster basis. They're not here to defend themselves. So, well, it's more than just getting the bags. I'm sure that it's more than that. But when you look at the needs of our own organization, here we're talking about we can't even have porta potties. And that's a big deal to me. So to break the tie, I would make a recommendation to move some of these larger projects that aren't necessarily critical to their operations in comparison to the other grant requests, that money is absolutely critical to their operation. So that's my soapbox.
Yeah, I will just say, coming from a commercial service airport and yourself as well, it's one thing to have gates, it's one thing to have places for passengers move, but if you can't move the bags on and off of them, you're stuck as well. You have to have everything infrastructure wise. So I agree. It's probably one of the lesser things, but from somebody who's experiencing problems with those right now, it's one of the most critical things. So it is, my question was more along the lines of how could it be funded? Does it all need to come from Connect Oregon? Can it come from other methodologies for that? But I agree with you that we should be looking and thinking about the equity of some of the grant requests, especially over the last 2 or 3 cycles.
Again, someone who wants to get my bag, but I don't think that was really the thing. That was just a comment, in my opinion. Right. Part they have failing infrastructure on the baggage claim service, but I'm still coming back to which one of these is serving more Oregonians for the dollar. Which one is giving us the best insert in the equity side of things, especially which of these gives more Oregonians the benefit, with the exception of firefighting, especially forest firefighting, because that's everybody, right? If you've ever had a fire, I had a fire 5 miles from my house, and that's a big deal, right? But yeah, so it's just various ways of looking at the data, right?
So putting it just a passenger number perspective, so it's Eugene is bigger than Redmond. Redmond is bigger than Medford, and then there's North Bend.
But all 3 are servicing regions that need that infrastructure for the percent population that they have. Yeah, it's kind of, because I mean, I keep coming back to Medford, and if you look at the area that the Medford Airport serves, is huge. Of people driving in over the mountains from K Falls even to get to a plane, right? Is massive. It drives for people to get to that. That's the closest airport. And then go out to Eastern Oregon and it's Boise. Everybody from Pendleton all the way down, just they need to drive to Boise. Right.
So I'll entertain the suggestions on how to start to break these ties. I think that's where we should probably start, is breaking the ties and then looking at the full list again.
Even though I have different reasons than Jim, I would make City of Eugene 2, and unfortunately the 3 shouldn't be there, right? It should be 1, 2, 2.
Well, we'll have to adjust.
But yeah. But yes, I would put City of Eugene 2 and City of Redmond 3. And then bounce the numbers down 1 on that column. I think that's you would come to the same conclusion, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
Right, is the way I'm hearing you, Jim.
What I'm concerned about is that the big request at the top of the list.
Yeah.
We don't have enough money that we to do all 3 of those.
And this is a question: do we do 1 project that serves 1 million people, or 5 projects that serve 1,000 people? Right. That's the problem, and that's the tough decision that everybody has to make. Right.
And then I guess then looking at it over the past 2 cycles as well, who's received funds and who hasn't received funds.
I would second that suggestion that you put forth, also considering the funding and potential linking against the rest of the modal opportunities, moving Wayne into second place would help her.
Yes, I think the Eugene area definitely is biggie for travel now, much more than it used to be. I don't know for a fact. I just feel that
we're up 6% this year already. Again, over.
Like I said, even for those of us that hold education events, we're moving to Eugene. Our second biggest event of the year for 2 of our biggest education organizations is going to Ashland. Just to get into Southern Oregon, and we need that Medford component to work, right? But we want to spread out with this. We want to stop being Portland only. So that's a big deal that we need those airports.
From the presentations, you talk about baggage and other things, just the way Coos described how people were waiting on a taxiway for an hour. They don't even have the basic capacity,
right?
Much less enhanced capacity.
Yeah, although Steve's question was a good one of why FAA is not providing more funding there, because they do fund aprons, and that seems like a compelling case for the FAA.
So I think that the delays wasn't common. If I remember correctly, it happens once a week. So.
I mean,
it's an issue. I wouldn't want to be on the plane that was sitting on a tarmac for, I've been there, had that experience, and it's no fun.
I think that's just an example of multiple smaller projects versus potential of only 1 or 2 aviation projects getting funded.
And I would bump Coos up, when I said 1, you changed the numbers on it.
Not yet. So we're going to go with, Medford's staying at 1. And then
Eugene becomes 2.
We'll have 3 for Redmond.
And Redmond becomes 3 so far.
Pendleton 4. So then,
we haven't gotten there.
We haven't gotten there yet. And so I'm now throwing down for discussion of putting where's the Coos County one?
At 4.
Coos County one, putting that at 4. Yeah. Right.
The other thing I think is a consideration is kind of from the presentations. The best way to say this, which ones are along a critical path towards the project's eventual constructions, and which ones are, either part of an alternate or part of an additive to a contract as well. So I think there were some that were more critical to the overall. The project doesn't go if we don't do this, and some of them were more, this allows us to add this to our project compared to what we have as a baseline. I think, thinking about, from my perspective, I would prioritize whatever ones are removing the most critical path and allowing a project to move forward, as opposed to ones that are saying, this allows me to do this extra on top of what we're already baselining.
Andrew, can we plug who's in it for? And then I would suggest we talk about the firefighting projects.
And even though Burns doesn't have money in the game, they're the only ones.
Yeah.
They're only the ones out east, right? I mean, the next closest one out east is going to be Cape Falls, that has the ability to put foam into planes, right? I was a little concerned when he didn't have a well thing, but I would hope that the state would figure that out.
That is concerning because the water rights.
Oh, it's a big deal. Someone who's there, right? Water rights is a huge deal, but I would hope for this particular reason, the state would come to bat and help. Right? So.
Yeah, I mean, the risk obviously is if they awarded the money, they can't come to terms on the water rights.
Yeah.
The money has to get turned back to Connect Oregon and it can go to a different mode.
You don't know anything east of the mountains. The way the water situation works is you have to return the same amount of water that you take from the aquifer, which is really, really difficult to manage.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah. It's an interesting way the state handles that. But yeah, I would roll that up because they are the only one out east.
Andrew, in the left-hand column, can you just highlight the firefighting ones? Because it's like trying to keep track of the list.
That one was exclusively.
Yes.
Like they don't have the ability to do it, right?
Or was there a third one?
Was there?
Found it interesting though that there was a local contribution at 5% before. It was significantly more than they reduced their local contribution to continued it only at 5%.
Right, that was curious.
Previously it was 390,000. Now it's 175. So I mean, I understand there may not be the
But did
ability
they
to
have
come
to
up
ask for
with those.
special exception for that?
A recent bill, Senate Bill 1585, came out beginning of the year that made it for small cities for certain project types, which affected Connect, can have as low as 5%. So in this case,
for small cities,
they took that opportunity.
Did we get the firefighting projects, guys?
Oh, the third one.
I'm trying to remember as well. It may have just been the two.
Baker. There's runway rehab.
That was for the
crosswind runway.
Yeah,
that wasn't for firefighting. Although you could say that exists, but I think Burns is more centrally located.
And, so when we talk about, I'm not the expert on firefighting, forgive me for that, but when you talk about firefighting resources and the ability of some of these, the vast majority of what we think of as firefighting resources, the large aircraft, are going to be based at a few bases. They are not going to base at small GA airports. What's going to base is the single engine tankers or helicopters and that. But if you're talking about the large resources, if we have like a large conflict, they are going to be based at one or two bases and fly from those exclusively. We used to have a firefighting base an auxiliary one, and the Forest Service closed it because they're like, we are not going to operate from there again. We will operate out of Redmond. And so, so when we think about coverage for firefighting, and others are using it in their terms, should think about it in the context of what type of operation goes on there. And most, unless it's for one of their large Forest Service bases like at Redmond, it's really for auxiliary operations in support of the larger tanker ops.
I think those DC-10s.
Yeah.
Or even Falls is the place for them, right?
Well, even the small, like 737s, DC-9s, those types of things, they're all flying from those larger airports.
VLATs.
They are exactly.
Filling the big air tubs that the helicopters use to get the foam sucked up. You got it, and that's every 20 minutes, and you got to have enough water flow
larger
to hit that.
Yeah.
Those guys are coming in there 3 times a minute.
Even the helicopter officer, they're using water in the vicinity, mostly in the super soakers.
But for foam, when they're dropping the foam, they need to go get one of those tubs. Right.
So anyway,
yeah.
Both of these projects are established second tier. Your VLATs are limited outright, but Grant County is a major Forest Service base, and Burns is a seat base, and the seats save our community regularly.
I know. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying it's like just for the context of.
Yeah, it's not some other airport that has aspirations. These are based airports.
That's why I'm saying the seat base is really what's striking me for Burns being that they're the only major airport out east. Right. So I would put them at 5.
You say putting Grant at 5 and Burns at 6, or did I get it offset?
I was saying Burns at 5. Next one, right? But it's a tough one. We're just kind of rearranging things.
Yeah, Andrea will reshuffle.
Right.
Yeah.
What if it wouldn't be easier? We started from the bottom and worked our way up.
Well, once we get to 5 and 6, then we can turn around and do that.
Well, I think we've kind of set our priorities, right? Commercial service, and then firefighting, and then we can. I would actually say once we set those priorities, have Andrea reshuffle, and then we can.
I guess I would put Burns on the top 5 and Coos County or Grant County 6.
I'm just still struggling with the 5%, especially because they didn't change that percent
and they're
share after they reduced the amount.
Right. They're not shovel ready yet.
Oh, they're not. I would put that's for those reasons I would put.
Okay, that's a fair. I get that. I understand that. Just the Grant County helipads is for public safety, right? That's their only access in John Day to get medical. Things of that nature. So, and then have that ability to have those extra pads. All right, talk me into it. I would say Grant County next, and then Burns after that. So that's the way you have it.
So not below the 3 7s. Is there room to move that up?
Yes. So I think Andrea, can you actually just reshuffle with that order and then leave? I know. Hopefully, this is not too challenging.
Let's do it this way. So,
and I apologize. I just want to interrupt. And I want to confirm with you, Chair Stevens, we're not taking. I see somebody has their raised hand. I just want to confirm that we're not taking any comments from the audience
not during this time. No.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also wanted to do a time check. We have about 15 minutes or so until our executive session.
Okay.
So
the bottom half should go fast.
I will definitely go faster.
Yeah, I think everything y'all have said is.
Just there.
About.
Look at your Excel skills.
We'll see.
Oh, you lost your file letters.
Pressure on me now.
so don't mess up. Don't condense all those.
Oh, dang it. I hate this.
Well, she's
column Q would be the.
Well, she's working on that, Chair Stevens.
Yes.
I may, and respectfully, I'm not trying to overstep here. The conversation started around just which airports had received previous grants from CORE.
Yeah.
Marking all
Connect Oregon.
From Connect Oregon. I'm just saying all sorts of wrong things today. And they're all being still marked for this round of rank breakdown. So there's something to keep continuing.
Yeah.
As part of the conversation.
I'm sorry, I missed what you were.
Hear you, Tony.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So the conversation we started around talking about which airports may have received Connect Oregon grants in 24 and 22, and whether that should rank higher or lower. And we're kind of checking all the boxes for the same airports that received the Connect Oregon grant 24 and 22. Same airports are ranking high is all I'm.
Are ranking high, except that not all were funded in both of those last rounds.
It didn't grab.
You grab it for line one.
Gotta love
I know.
Excel.
That's a
okay. Let's
stupid
just
thing. I
finish
need
out
a
here.
mouse.
Right.
Do you need a mouse? Here.
I just have
Just
to
take
unplug my, well, the problem is
Do you not
I
have
have to
a
unplug my second
USB?
screen.
Darn.
So just, oh, good. All right, so, well, let's just, sorry, we ranked Gold Beach last. And I would say, let's keep that last. So how many total we got here?
There's 13 total.
So Gold Beach was 13 and remains 13 in my opinion. And then what was one above Gold Beach in the original ranking? What was the one?
It's,
3 sevens. 3 sevens.
yeah, the 3 sevens were Baker, Benton, and Yamhill.
Yeah, so McMinnville, Corvallis, and Baker City.
So, and what did we just put a 13 up on the board, right?
Yes.
So I would say Corvallis 12, Baker 11, and 10.
So I'll just note, now I'm looking at the percent match.
Yeah.
As a consideration.
Mm-hmm.
So I would leave Baker at 12.
Yeah.
And then consider moving Yamhill and then.
Are we're changing? Okay. We're changing the wrong column, I think. Yeah, we're in column Q, right? Whoops.
Okay, so you want to keep Baker at 13?
Baker, sorry.
Or
Gold Beach at 13. Right, and then what did you say? Which one was 12?
And then I said Baker at 12.
Baker 12.
Yamhill at 11. And Benton at 10.
One more up, go up 1, 11, and then down 1, 10.
And that just takes them in
Okay.
order of their match.
Yep, and so what's left? We were at 6, so we have 7, 8, 9 to do. Okay, and there's 3 left, so 7, 8, 9.
So we need to choose 9 next, is what we need
Well,
to choose.
go back, can you reduce the scale a little bit so we can get things back in? There we go. I mean, I'm looking at, again, how it was ranked initially from economics, from whatever the jurisdictional or the Hood River one continues to rank high. And so
that's 7.
I would advocate for that. Yeah.
Hood River at
And there's
7.
a lot of
Yeah.
local contribution to that.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would put Aurora at 9 because that's just that's on private property
We're
business.
skipping
only.
over 8. Do we
Yeah,
want to
so it
rank
just
8
defaults
first?
8. So that the default 8 is the penalty.
Pendleton.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
9.
yeah, so it was faster doing the bottom,
Yeah.
the bottom 40.
Yes.
Right, for those who listen to KNRJ.
Did we get them all the right way, Andrea?
I think so.
Refresh it there.
12, 13. All right. Now let me try to sort them again.
But you have 2 rows of headers, that's why it's going the other sort. That's what's going on. Okay, I get you. But you got to get that last row. You got to get row Q in your.
I updated the numbers.
Oh, you updated the
Yes,
numbers. Okay,
I
never mind.
updated them here,
Gotcha,
so I
gotcha.
could-
Yeah, I'm with you. Never mind. My bad.
Stop driving.
Got it.
For your backseat driving.
Worse. Back in the truck. On the window.
keeps taking away that top one.
Do the number one, I think might work. Because it's the right column.
Yeah, the last one there. Yeah, you got it.
I'm trusting you.
There we go.
I think it did it.
Fabulous.
Yes.
1, 2,
Fabulous.
3, 4, 5. All right.
Ship it.
All right. Hey, take one more look at the order here and make sure this is what we just discussed and intended.
Concur, yes. Down to 10 anyways. Yeah. I agree.
Only problem I see is that we're still the same three grants.
I
from
agree.
where we started.
But they're also servicing the most number of Oregonians.
That's true.
Real decision on the top three was what's number two.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good luck, aviation.
Oh, you know, Andrew, your
Oh, wait, 2 and
column
3
to the right didn't sort.
No,
With
because
the,
none
with
of
the
that
set.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll-
that was
yeah,
considered,
so
right.
ignore the-
Okay,
yeah.
ignore that. Right.
Yeah.
Never mind. I got it. Yeah.
It was
Just everything inside.
Yes, everything inside is correct.
Yeah, sorry. Ignore all that.
Yeah, that's was extraneous.
You can delete all that.
What'd you say? Rip it and ship it? That's in my vocab now. Rip it and ship it. I use that a lot.
We would like Dean's request.
Yeah.
So you don't hear that very often, is that it's going to be the
Yep.
and putting the format was touched my heart.
It's really important to us. Yeah, we've been kind of incrementally putting projects and adding, different ADA components, and not just for compliance, but for passenger experience. Yeah. Okay. I think we did that pretty efficiently. So unless there's further discussion, I believe we are at a motion that we need to vote on this. It's our priorities. Yes? Yes. Okay. So someone can put forward a motion or I can make one up.
Put forward motion that we forward the list of Connect Oregon projects ranked 1 through 13 as discussed today on the 9th of July.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. Any further discussion? Right, then we'll ask Alexis to take the roll call.
Okay. And then for the record, we have a motion from Steve and a second from Brian. Bill Gropp.
Aye.
Jim Knight.
Aye.
Sarah Lucas. Sarah had to leave us early. Is her absence excused?
Yes.
Okay. Steve Nagy.
Aye.
Brian Prang. Jeff Pritchard is excused, and Catherine Stevens.
Aye. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for that work. I acknowledge it takes time to work through all of those projects and put some thought into it, and I think we've made some good decisions here today. I think we also, do we need to select our person who will serve on the final review?
It doesn't have to happen right now. For some reason, someone needs to check calendars, but that's sort of the other outstanding.
I don't know if you've looked at your calendar. I am.
What's the date?
It's
September 9th. It's a Wednesday.
barely.
I'm on vacation.
Not, let me see here.
September.
Be kind of a miracle thing.
It's a in-person preferred, but if someone can't make it in person, we can accommodate it.
And you said it's a 9 to 3?
Yeah, roughly.
Actually, I am in town. So, and how we determine how to do it?
I think I'm on vacation that
We're
week.
on vacation. Okay.
It's that week or the next week.
Does anybody else feel strongly?
Yeah, actually,
Taking on
since we
the,
have our DOJ member here. One of the final review committee requirements is that the applicant or
Yeah.
someone who doesn't have an application in.
Oh, so it can't be you.
No.
Yeah, my understanding is usually it was meant to just be for the private side, but we haven't really tested it.
So
We don't want to test
I
that.
thought there was a change in the rule recently too. Was I was looking at the rules for this last week, and because this came up when Martha was chair.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, it seemed like there was something more specific in the Connect Oregon rules that was not there last time I looked at it. I think maybe just avoiding it.
Yeah,
altogether would be good.
yeah, no, I agree.
What you were just saying.
Yeah, I was hoping Steve would be available as vice chair.
I'm
but-
checking.
Okay. Okay.
So you can't be one.
Could be wrong
No.
with the new changes.
Yeah.
The last time.
Be happy to do it again.
I could also do it, but happy to have someone else do it, but I can also do it. Great.
So we don't need to identify someone. right
No,
now,
I think we can
Yeah.
figure it out based on schedules, so. How soon do you need a name?
In the next couple of weeks, like 2 weeks from now, so we can lock the date down.
I am, my vacation's the next week. So I could
Well,
do
if
it.
you can do it,
Sure.
I think as vice chair, that because I am disqualified or disqualifying myself. I
Yeah,
think
and I'm
that's
not
a good idea.
100% about that. But
I just
Yeah.
think we don't want to
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
have that problem.
You can do it. Just
Yeah.
avoid
Exactly.
altogether.
So do we don't have to do anything official, right? We just need to say Steve's going to be our rep. Okay, perfect. Very good. Thank you for doing that. Okay, we are slated for a break, except that I know we are not slated for a break. We're just going to go right into executive session. Okay. So do I read this? When we're in the executive session? Or
before you get into it.
before, okay. All right. So let's see. So what we're gonna do, unless people need a break.
Just keep on going.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Is he online?
Okay, but that'll be in the other teams meeting, right?
Correct.
Yes, okay. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're gonna head into executive session. So I'm going to read this statement to you. The State Aviation Board will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 92.6602H to consult with counsel concerning legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience are asked to leave the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about these subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session and welcome the audience back into the room. Okay. So we'll give Alexis a moment to switch to the other teams
So
meeting.
you want to close the open session, right?
Yeah, so do we actually close it and then we bring it back up? Is that what we do?
Oh, we're just taking a break.
We're
'cause you have to
taking a
come back
break
in
and
and
then
vote.
we come back. Yeah, we come back to the executive session. So however we need to do it, Alexis. So we're going on a break on the open session and then entering the executive session, or do we need to close down the team? It's mainly the teams is the issue,
So-
right?
Yes, I actually have somebody else who will put up a screen for me, and then everybody in this room will just leave the current meeting and I will join the executive session. We only
Okay.
have one person online.
Okay.
So Brian
Okay.
needs to drop out of this meeting.
Yes, Brian will need to exit the meeting. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave this meeting. Ermi, if you could please place up the shared screen. Let's do return time of in 30 minutes from now. And then we can adjust it as we go. I'll let you know, Ermi. Thank you.